Hello, everyone. How y'all doing? I am extremely excited. I'm so ready. I'm so ready to finally get back into Ace Attorney. I'm like, I've been looking forward to this like all week. How's my voice sound? How's it sound? How do I sound? Do I sound a little bit smoother? A little bit richer? How's everybody doing? How you doing? I see Zeal, I see Mabel. Hello to the both of you. And hello to anyone who might be lurking in the shadows. We always appreciate you. As soon as the game deigns to appear on my top layer, we'll be good. There we go. I sound amazing. Ah, thank you. I'm glad. All right, come on. Come on, I know you can do it. There we go. Oh, I'm so ready. I'm so ready. Ooh, listen to that. Oh, I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this, man. Alien died so that Ace Attorney could live. Ooh.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean, those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. That bitch!
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
As a lawyer? Wait. Okay, so that's the bitch from the first case of the last Oh, so she's dead. I saw her. I'm like, wait a minute. That was the bitch from the first case who like committed a crime and did a murder, and accused us of doing the murder, but now she's dead. What a twist! What a way to start. Hello, Maho. Happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Maho. But I mean, I'm glad she's dead, but also. How the fuck did she get murdered? Alright, let's see. Okay, so this is Susato. I gotta like remember the voices I did for everyone like a month later. Okay? This is gonna be the hard part. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good. You're here. Doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. Those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. a man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Oh, this must be our, this must be the girl we're defending? My voice is so nice. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so happy. Also, what? Mabel, please. Mabel, please. And yes, this is on PC. It's the Steam version. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Membami, born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory, helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. What do I mean? You literally just said, "Hi, Daddy." What do you mean? What do you mean, what did you do? What do you mean? You can't feign innocence. Oh, okay, no, you know what? Right, yes. Also, my mic's a little bit loud. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit. Just a little bit, because I see I'm like pushing into the red a little bit. There, this should be a little bit better. A little bit closer to the yellow. Mine in the gutter. Mabel, please. The shit you say to me? What do you mean? Also, yes. I have a compressor on. So it should keep things from like getting too loud, but my audio balancing, like, I don't want my voice to like drown out the game. Just like I don't want the game to like drown me out. You know, vice versa and whatnot. This should be good. This should be good. I'm learning to chill it a bit. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Little itty bitty bit. Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Oh? Goodness. I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Oh, that's right, of course, that makes sense. Susato would have to disguise herself as a man because in this period, women aren't allowed to be lawyers. So, oh wait, I have to do her forcing a manly voice. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. How's that? How's that for guy doing a girl forcing a guy's voice? Man doing a woman doing a man's voice. Very gruff, very manly. Ah, yes, thank you. But this does make me feel. I'm just gonna do the normal Susato voice. I'm gonna like throw my voice out if I try to like do it like whispery and gravelly like that. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that. No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray? It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing! Ray... Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and toting eyes! Oh, I'm sorry. It's just... You really do look so dashing! Minx, hello! Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! Gonna learn. Ooh. Bloons Tower Defense. Yeah, I've heard that's good. I've heard a lot of people really like Bloons Tower Defense 6. I remember playing like Bloons Tower Defense 2 when I was a kid. I remember that back in the days of Flash, you know, in the golden age of Flash. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. Is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case. Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. It's because she was an English woman, right? And it's this whole, like, thing where, like, anything with foreign affairs is always treated very, very, very seriously. And so no one wants to take the case because no one's fucking man enough. No one's got the goddamn balls to put their neck on the line like that. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. All right. Well, we are in Japan, so, Mabel, I'm gonna have to disappoint you. Tonight is not Van Zyke's voice night.
The court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Mbodmi.
The prosecution is... No, how did I do? How did I do it? It's... How's he do it? Objection! The prosecution is fully ready to proceed... No, it's not that high. It's not that high. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Damn. Damn.
Defense counsel, are you ready?
Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready. Ready!
Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Is that correct? Ryutaro Naruhodo, really just taking his name, huh? No wonder Ray was like, Doki Doki. Yeah, goddamn. Sorry? Oh, yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you in this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Well, counsel?
Yes, that's right. That's me. I mean... It says Ryutaro on her nameplate on the chat bubble. Yes, I'm Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah.
It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how to better uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them. Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any one of you, your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Oh, please be careful, Ray. Tish! What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. Ugh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing here in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. Everybody loves Susato dressed as a dude. Everybody loves this.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom.
9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, the same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy.
So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
All right, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Oh, that's simple. Couldn't forget that if I tried. Ah. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record! Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. Right. Yep. Yes, I know how to... I know how to do this. It should be Giselle, right? I believe that was her name? Yeah, Giselle Brett. And here we go. Takatsushi Ouchi. I love that the Payne's, like the Payne ancestor last name is Ouchi. I will never get over that. That's so good. Kitsumani, hey, how's it going? Let's see. Yeah, it's Giselle. She was the murderer in the last, in the first case of the last game. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure.
Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. If it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman's student persona, was the face of... a killer!
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman in our soil is a matter of the government wished to resolve rapidly.
Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. and expose the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett.
Except the judge got something wrong. That man wasn't shot to death. He was poisoned. He was just shot to make it look like he died of shooting, when in actuality, he was died of poison. Yes.
However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before.
That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. I would be a great attorney. I mean, look, I can even point. I can point. I gotta lean to the point that my soul leaves my body, but I can point. See? Question isn't like, no, the guy in the blue suit, he's not here, sadly. We're all very sad about this. Von Zykes is not in this case yet. He will appear later, I'm sure. He'll show up later, don't worry. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. Oh, the main character, what, Phoenix Wright? No, Phoenix isn't in this. This is like 200 years before Phoenix Wright was born. Same series, but this is like a very far precursor game. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea, the incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider that she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about
the motive.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut! Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe? Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Nikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago?
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Minx, you were assisting Joe Mama?
Interesting. Fascinating, Minx. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no. Ray, be careful of what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... bathing spot? If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? Excuse me, I'm hiccuping. I may have eaten a little too fast. I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's... No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to.
This stage, okay. Wait a minute, you just said that there was a detective on duty. How can you say they were alone together? Well, I mean, I guess alone in that room together, maybe, but still. Minx, please, they're talking about Great Britain. They're not talking about America. I don't need to be burped. I'm not a fucking child. Yes, what is it, Susa? Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Alright, let's see what we can see. So yeah, she's holding a pen, we got spilled wine, we got a wine bottle, stabbed in the back, her stupid fucking goose hat, her stupid fucking mask, more masks, clothes, damn, she had like a whole fucking setup in here. She had like fucking wine and an ice bucket. Bro, what the shit? She had like a fucking like mannequin for her dress, like a hat rack for her purse and shit. Dude, what the fuck? She's a murderer. Who? Well, we know who approved this, but still, shit. My God. Yeah, Mabel's just like, I'm trying to be nicer, but also fuck him. I'm gonna kick his ass. Kick his ass, stupid ass, dumbass, and stupid fucking thighs, stupid fucking face, stupid fucking crown. I know, Mabel. I know you're not angry, but that's it's like plotting. It's like, yeah, yes, I'm gonna kick his ass. I'm gonna call him Stinky in Hootie's chat. Make Hootie think he's stinky. He called me a rat. I know, he called me a fucking rat. I can't believe you fucking did that to me. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
Alright.
As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. Oh, is it the guy with fucking tuberculosis? The guy who's constantly coughing up blood? I bet he's one of them. I bet he's the detective. Unless the renowned detective is fucking Sholmes for some reason. If Sholmes has come down here somehow, I'm going to lose my shit. I'm gonna eat my fucking hat. I'm still pushing into the red a little bit, huh? Damn. Well, turn this down just a smidgen, maybe? That's fine. I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh, yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Oh, that's right. He had his hair back then. We cut it down, didn't we? Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten! You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Yeah, that's right. We cut his bun apart. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Ouchi growth. You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. Prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. I fucking love this guy. Oh, wait! What the fuck is the fucking poet guy doing here? What's he doing here? I was right about this one, though. I was right about Hosonaga. Chief Inspector Sotaro Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author unrenowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out. Satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Who the fuck is this guy? Who are you? Why are you here? Who let the fucking press into this place? Oh man, Soseki, here's the thing. So the voice I used for Soseki and the voice I used for Ouchi are very, very similar. I didn't expect these two to be in the same room together. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? He exposes you for who you really are. This will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Though he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, an amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, though they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present.
But what business did a rider such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san?
Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After this lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. A professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba.
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone else to see your country's coast. Those were her words.
As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance, and the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... Yep, there it is. There's... Peak physical fitness, huh? You sure about that?
Oh my god. My crown. Oh my god. What's going on in my chat? Oh god.
Yeah, Kitsu, if you need to go to bed, you go ahead, you go to bed. You take care. All right? You don't feel obligated if you gotta sleep. Believe me, I know what it's like to need some sleep. I had to cancel stream last night because sleep deprivation sure is a bitch. Keep retyping as a Mabel filter. Mabel trying desperately, just shaking violently as she tries not to say the first things that come to her mind. I want to say something fucking cursed. But no, I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be well behaved. I'm going to be a model chatter. I am not going to encourage people to say more cursed shit than I do. The halo over her head, trembling, shaking, threatening to fall off at any moment. Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? Or, I thought he was talking. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. The witnessed scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. I'm sorry, multiple times? Well, okay, yeah, the first piece of testimony always has a very obvious contradiction.
Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here at present saw it. Very moment of this heinous crime.
What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that it was damning evidence.
What have you there, counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more... Ah, goodness me.
Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah. The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel.
R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant.
Oh, no!
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
Fountain pen has been entered into the court record. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
All right. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. All right, take care, Kitsumani. Have a good sleep. On the day of the incident... Okay, well, we don't even need to... We can just skip to the last one, because I know that's where it is. Alright, I can't examine... Oh, I can examine this one a little bit closer, so let's examine this a little bit closer. Huh. Oh, look, there's... Look at the kitty! Look at the little kitty. As for this, we've got footprints all over in the sand. There's the stab wound. Splash of blood... not blood, that's wine. Alright. Anyway.
Objection!
She does it so naturally. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah. Ugh. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Ah. And so Seki-san, me? You claim to have seen Membani-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Ah! True!
And what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant was stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this at the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man! When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Oh. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Oh.
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Instead of this young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes, going for the jugular.
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
Truth is, I don't really know. I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could. Save her life, perhaps? According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed. indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates the killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Oh yeah, also, if someone's stabbed like that, don't pull the knife out. Don't do that. Because here's the thing. With a wound like that, you want to apply pressure to, like, prevent bleeding, right? If someone's stabbed and the thing is, like, lodged in them, the moment you pull that object out of them, it's like uncorking a bottle of wine. It all just starts pouring out. You lose less blood if you leave the thing in you. You're supposed to leave it in there until you can get proper medical attention and have it removed and have you, like, sutured up and get, like, a blood transfusion and everything. So if you get stabbed and it's like you don't have the resources to, like, treat it right then and there, you should probably just leave it in. Now, this is not proper medical advice. I'm not a doctor. Don't take what I'm saying, you know, without a little bit of research of your own. But that's what I've been told. That is what I am aware of. Your Excellency, if I may.
Speak, witness.
Speak, citizen. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Oh, are they actually going to go for that?
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Never apply a tourniquet to the neck. Also true. Very good idea. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. You see? You see? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I'm smart. I am intelligent. I got the big, fat brain in my head. I'm smart, man. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull a knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? But pulling a knife from a wound really caused the wound to bleed heavily. Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Like I said, it's a fucking cork! Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Look at me. Look at the big, fat fucking brain on me. I'm so smart. I'm so good. I'm the fucking best. Oh, I see. Ah, this is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If you were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? She have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett.
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm yawning a lot tonight. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. seems almost impossible to leave, but would my friend actually have... Desato. Yes! Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah!
Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard, or whatever she said, because I accidentally skipped it.
Are we boring you?
Yes. Yes, you are boring, Minx.
No, I'm kidding. I'm just a sleepy boy. Just in general, like always.
Could make some G Fuel, but I'm not sure I want to do that.
Drink a little extra water for right now.
That was always like one of the things I like it bothered me the most when like a teacher would like see a student sleeping and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Am I boring you?" It's like, no, I'm a student. That means I don't sleep much. You dumb bitch. Let's see here. An article. Stab wounds clearly visible. Alright, let me see. Giselle Brett, female British. Of August, 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination of statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. Pupil constriction. Had she seen like a really bright light recently? We gotta start pressing. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Oh my god. Let's see.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please.
Ah, yes. Ugh, Jesus Christ. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. Let me see. Press this one. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with the opposition, of course. But he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would have threatened Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Desato, it's times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. I can examine things. Let me examine this a little bit, shall we? Build steps. Blood. Not sure here. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. I know what to do. Yes, I know. Okay.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention, it would be all right? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You can't just do it. Oh, well then, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly, the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully now you can see that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. Oh, here we go. Raucous England, returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, Father? Looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England.
The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Turn it over, perhaps? There could be something here. This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? This morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? Embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? So she was managing it? What's written here is true. It means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it! I need to read this article very carefully. Aha, here we go. This is what we're looking for. Was reported to me. Let's see. Oh, wait, here we go. Article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Yume University. Even my father, who's responsible for the lab, knew nothing of the incident. Alright, following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory has been stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. The poison. Yeah, sorry. Maybe I really should make some G Fuel because I can feel like my brain's starting to roar. My eyes are like kind of fluttering a little bit. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about that little like booster of caffeine, man. Let's see. So deadly poison created in secret was stolen. Smallest amount entering the body. Yeah. All right. I need like. I do need a minute here. I need to go make that G Fuel. I'm gonna drift off if I don't. Hang on. I'll be right back. Just hold tight a minute. Hold tight. All right, we're back. Okay. All right, I got my G Fuel made. I got a little bit of caffeine in my system. I should hopefully be good now. Also, you know, getting up and walking around helps a little, of course. All right. Let me see. I need to shuffle some stuff around on my desk so I don't accidentally knock this thing over. There we go. Okay. And then we go back here. Okay, come on now. I really I gotta click on the full screen thing, otherwise it just doesn't show up. Just OBS doesn't want to show it. All right. Well, since I'm not entirely sure, we're just gonna, you know, take this lovely opportunity to just do this real quick. Oh, and I'm gonna just, like, smack my desk with my leg, I guess. I don't know if you heard that. I mean, it's gotta be this, right?
Objection!
It is! Someone must have been very close to who was drinking the wine. Well, I mean, here's the thing. We know it couldn't have been Van Zykes, because Van Zykes almost never drinks his goddamn wine. No, there was one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ah! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume unit.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But... Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on that kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency! Solexa, welcome home! Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... let me see here... I believe it would be deadly in tiny quantities. Yeah, even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Yep. That would be it. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible? Yes, the truth is... it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense! Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do in this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable in any way. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive, but instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it then? Yokel? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly.
From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Let me see. Papa. Let's see. Forensic Science Laboratory. Wait. Hang on. If I swap to... Oh, I can't swap to the people, can I? Yeah, you can't present people anymore, I guess. It used to be you could present a person, and you'd be like, ah, yes, the information about this person proves that this is bullshit. Which is, you know, maybe it's in here, hang on. Female, British. Ah, yeah, here it is. Right. Okay. The pupil dilation, which I believe is one of the symptoms, correct? Acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. You goddamned right.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah, clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the postmortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. You, yokel student and yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No!
Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please.
It pains me to have to admit it.
As I sip my G Fuel. but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that reports of this theft are unfounded?
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ah! Listening to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of a secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father.
A pitiful situation from a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally uninformed. Oh, Ray would know, wouldn't she?
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault.
Ray. Membami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea of who the thief was. Thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I had been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. And the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I've duly noted the courage with which you have confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom.
Objection!
Ah, well, maybe not as much. Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What is the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchie.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. On. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get the fuck out. Ain't nobody here looking to be famous. I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Let me see here. Well, there's indeed a fucking shot of a stab. Who the fuck took this picture? This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No! I don't believe it. Oh! Wasn't he supposed to have presented this evidence at the start? Yeah, that's how it works in this universe. You can just present your evidence whenever you like, whenever it's convenient, whenever you have to. You only present the evidence you need to present, and not a moment sooner. If you don't need to present it, why present it, right?
Order! 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 Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now. Sasato's starting to show her face here.
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof.
The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. You can't prove that that's her stabbing the victim, though. That could be the moment she's pulling the knife out. Such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Attention!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
No, this is very important.
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photograph print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. There was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nonetheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no.
Sasato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came against Takatsuchi Ouchi in the court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel.
Your Excellency, burning question is who took that photograph. And the truth is...
I think I know, actually.
This isn't about whether or not I can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly! But, as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming.
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. Actually, let me examine this real quick. Just take a little peeksy peek here. Let's see. Oh, check this out. There's a crack in the lens, see? Wait a minute. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Look at that. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. If you were to look up, stop it. I forgot, I have to use the fucking arrow keys. Anyway, the exact same crack in this photograph right here.
What?
Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Oops. Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed. It already caught my eye as it happens.
Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph...
Good gracious!
Yes, exactly the same patterns of lines is present on this photograph, too. Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Counsel. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
Curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect, a crack in the lens. Obviously, must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But... There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper. Ah! That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? What?
What was that? Memio? I see where you were called a raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's many memo? It's many memo, I tell you. Many memo. Mo. Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. Yep, there he is. There he is. Fucking Lupin the Third looking ass. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Many Memo.
Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. And I'm wondering what it is I should do. It's so hard to wipe the smile from my face. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Oh, that takes me back. That's kind of music my dad listened to in the car, man. So you're saying that this picture was taken by
Many Memo. Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire.
Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. We will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Many Memo!
Oh, this guy's gonna be a fucking character. I can't wait. Wonder who the murderer is. Who could it be? Like, it's probably not Many Memo, right? I can't imagine it would be like the detective or that it would be the Soseki. So who the fuck is it? Who the hell could it be? Beedrill Minx? What do you mean Beedrill Minx? You have a Beedrill form? Let me see something real quick. Hang on. I want to take another look at this photograph real quick. So, oh, there is. There's a little there's a little gap between the sticks of the hut. There's a tiny little gap in the wall where you could slide a knife through. You could do it. You could stab someone like that right in front of that stool. You could absolutely do that. The worm that woke up with murderous intent and learned earthquake. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out.
Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I had important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. I just don't understand how she could have possibly been stabbed like that.
Great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be all right. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I suspect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. Police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. The reagent has been added to the record. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. And it's me accidentally bumping the microphone a couple times. Hang on. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of that toxin too.
This many memo sign. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside, so Seki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Ri has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swagger,
I fear we may have to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, Counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. She was sipping wine, though, possibly. She may have sipped wine. What's her name? Ray didn't see her drink anything while she was in the hut, but she may have actually drank some wine that may have been poisoned. Which would be funny, because she killed a man with poisoned wine. That would have been real fucking ironic. So, some really poetic justice. Hang on.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. If that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
Oh, here he is.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
All right. How do I voice this guy? Write in many memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there with the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh no. He's a nice guy. Oh no.
The incel of the news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, well, what have we here?
I'm sorry?
Ooh, brace yourselves, people. Many Memo has senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Takatsuchi Auchi. That's Taketsuchi Auchi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
Dark horse.
I'm sorry. Do you think
you can compete with the Reaper of the Bailey himself? You piece of shit with you stupid little fucking swirl of fucking pubes on your head? That's what that is. That's a little pube curl on your head right there. That's all that is. And you got a big head over it? I am going to shave that off of you. I'm going to get the goddamn, like, hedge clippers, and I'm gonna take it off. Alright? Let's be clear about this. You a piece of shit, nobody fucking cares. We are counting down the moments until Von Zykes replaces you, Ouchie. No, the readers won't buy that.
what?
Witness. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many memoism. I hate you. I despise you. Die immediately. Many memoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right. That was me, Many Memo again. You were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my many memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all right here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some kind of junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. You mean to say that what you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Reed screens, you say? Right! You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime! A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's Many-Memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear that we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ah, more pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. More to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. This photographer dude gonna get shanked one day? I'm wondering if maybe he shanked the victim. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens with plenty of gaps you could see inside through. Okay. Seems fine. Someone was sitting on a stool when a student girl came in and started arguing with her. That checks out so far. Now see, this is where you start to lose me. This sounds like bullshit. This sounds like bullshit. Tell me more, shit brain. You swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place. Ah, the precise moment. I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. That's not how that works. That's not what you just said. You just said two different things. You said just a moment ago that she threw the victim to the ground and then stabbed her. Now you're saying she stabbed her in passing. And what? So she pulled the knife out. That still proves that she pulled the knife out. That still doesn't prove that she plunged the knife in. You dumb little piece of shit. Smug fucking space dandy looking ass. He does actually. Oh my god, he does kind of look like Space Dandy, doesn't he? He does. He looks kind of like Space Dandy. Look, he's got the sideburns. They're almost even in the shape of a star. God. I wish I had that speech from like the first the first episode memorized by heart. Boobies, boobies, boobies. All anyone seems to care about these days are boobies. Well, you show me a boob man, and I'll show you a what's it? A no class, no brain knuckle dragger that doesn't know anything about the fairer sex. Everybody knows that the real show is down below. The booty, baby. Which, well, I guess I'm a no class, no brain knuckle dragger. Cause, I like the booba. There you go. There's your fucking horny, confession for the day. Mabel even here? I don't think Mabel's here. Her fruit ankles! No! What do you mean ankles? Oh, right. I'm sorry, I forgot. Right, this is the 1800s. Ankles are kind of scandalous right now, ain't they? Or no, this is a little bit after the point when ankles would be scandalous, wouldn't it be? Or you could be like that guy on DeviantArt. Big knee lover. Have you ever heard of Big Knee Lover? Have you ever heard of Big Knee Lover? You know, oh, I'm derailing. I'm derailing immediately. We are derailing immediately. Hang on. Hold on. No, we're doing this. We're fucking doing this. You can't stop me. You cannot stop me from doing this to you. All right, hang on. Hold on. No. This is happening. This is happening. You're powerless to stop this. If you were ever curious what Big Knee Lover was, you're about to fucking find out. It's knees. It's knees. This should be fine. This shouldn't get me banned, right? It's fucking knees. Right? This is fine. This is probably fine. Hang on. All right. Hang on. We're gonna add source image. We'll name it knee. Hold on a moment. That's right. Congratulations. The stream has been fucking derailed. I'm so hesitant to post this. This can't possibly like violate Twitch's rules, right? It's just a girl with big knees. Knees aren't sexual, right? Why do I just feel this sense of dread of doing this? Do I hit the open button? Do I do this? Do I sentence you all to this scar for the rest of your life? Okay, hang on. Twitch, TOS. Let me just check the terms of service and make sure big knees aren't against the rules. All right. Prohibited conduct. Okay. Violate any law, intellectual property. Store content that is inaccurate, unlawful, infringing, obscene, pornographic, invasive of privacy. This isn't pornographic, right? You can't call this pornographic. It's just big knees. You're gonna tell me that we're allowed to have hot tub streams, but we're not allowed to have big knees? All right, nobody tell anyone that I posted big knees, okay? You just keep this under your hat. You just stay quiet about this, all right? Nobody here's gonna talk about the big knees, okay? Nobody's gonna talk about the big knees. You keep your mouth shut. There they are. There they are, front and center. Big knees. All right? Okay, we're done. That's it. That's all you get. They're gone now. There you go. There's big knees. Oh, I feel dirty just fucking posting that. And there's more, by the way. There's more. There's more than just that. Like, like, this dude on DeviantArt, his name is just Big Knee Lover. You can find them yourself. Like, these knees, they hang like testicles. It's disturbing. It scares me, quite frankly. The way they hang, they dangle. Like it's, are the knees hard? Because your knee is a bone, right? So why do they squish like that? How firm are they? Do they feel like boobs, or do they feel like testicles? Or do they feel like actual knees where they're just hard fucking bone? The questions, they don't stop. I am horrendously curious. I don't think I can handle this. You could have just gone with the Wonder Bread guy. Oh god, the Wonder Bread guy. We don't have to talk about the Wonder Bread guy. We don't need to talk about him. We don't need to talk about the man who buys a lot of Wonder Bread and then chops down for his blonde fucking suburbanite woman. Oh, yeah. We don't talk about Wonder Bread guy. Wonder Bread guy, the guy who couldn't even get a commission from fucking Shadman. Shadman had too much fucking artistic integrity to take a commission from fucking Wonder Bread guy. And now Shadman is arrested for what we would never have expected. We didn't expect Shadman to get arrested for motherfucking assault with a deadly weapon. Anyway, we're not gonna say anything more about Shadman, okay? That's a topic that we're not gonna broach right now, okay? But better pay me enough for me to move out. I mean, honestly, apparently, he was like, it's like Al Capone and tax evasion. Yeah, you don't fuck with the IRS. That's the best part, that Al Capone got fucking nailed for tax evasion. That's the greatest. It's like that fucking one scene from like the Batman animated series. You remember that? Where the Joker's like, I might be a criminal mastermind, but even I'm not crazy enough to mess with the IRS. I owe the IRS millions of dollars in back taxes. Because he knows the one charge that he just could never escape was the fucking IRS. I fucking love that. It's so funny. The two things you can never escape: death and taxes. Oh. All right. I've derailed the story long enough. Joker decked Red Skull in the cafe too. Yeah, that's right. I'm a criminal mastermind, but I'm an American criminal mastermind. Fuck Nazis. I don't think he said fuck Nazis, but he did say he hates Nazis. God, even the Joker punches Nazis. Okay, I'm sorry. This is getting political. I'm breaking my own rule right now. All right. We're all gonna take a step away from these hot button topics. This is a stream of comfortable vibes, except for the times that chat talks about my balls. All right, that's the only kind of uncomfortable we allow in here. The kind where everybody asks about the fucking what color my pubes are. I don't have any, by the way.
I don't have any. All right? God damn it. You fucking baited me into fucking talking about it. God damn it. I talked about it. I talked about my own volition. It's like, God damn it. Comfortable vibes and big thighs. There we go. That's it. That's correct. All right. Okay. We've derailed enough. All right? I'm going back to the game. Going back to the game. I'm going to drink the last of my G Fuel and we're going to go back to the game. Okay. By the way, Many Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
D'etre. How do you pronounce it? I've seen that phrase so many times. Hang on. Raison d'etre.
Raison d'etre.
Raison d'etre? Raison d'etre.
Raison d'etre.
Okay. Raison d'etre. Answer the what question? What question? What question are you asking me to fucking answer? I just told you. We don't know. It's fucking Schrodinger's box, Minx. Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's box. Schrodinger's cat. There's no pubes, so we don't know. We wouldn't know. Who could say? Who knows? Shut up. We're done. This line of questioning is over. We're moving on with the game. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor.
I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, are you...
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many Memoism, but I'll gladly prove my words aren't meaningless.
Nihilism?
I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer.
Let me observe this real quick. Hang on. I haven't done that yet. Nothing appears to be out of the ordinary here, does it? The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese, and we'd all be able to read it?
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese, though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate.
Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father. Let's see, we got anything else worth, like, looking at here? Here to be. Yeah, it looks like, all it's worth looking at. Outside looking in. So we should have something to contradict that. Wait. Wait a minute. What was his name again? Hold on. Where's the people? Where are the people? Where are the people? How do I get to the people? How do I get to the people? His first... What was his first name? Fuck. Last name's Manny Memo is what... Why can't I access the... Maybe now I can do it. Okay. I don't know why they wouldn't let me look at the people before. I guess so I can't present it, but... Raiten! His name is Raiten. RM. I know the answer. I know the answer. I know the answer. You're full of shit.
Objection!
Oh. Damn it. I know it's the pen.
Hold
Maybe
it!
I can press it again? I don't know. Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all. Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It's all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot.
You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera.
Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time, those instances, many memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up. Alright, hang on. No, I know he was there. The fucking pen, like, damns him. But the pen isn't the thing here. So, what's the thing to present? Let's see. Has to be. Gotta be something. We're gonna save real quick just in case I, back myself into a corner and run out of, like, guesses here. I know it has to be. I just gotta figure out which piece of evidence it wants me to present.
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. Wait, okay. Shoot, I didn't mean to do that. It's gotta be that statement. I know he was in there. I just need to find a way to prove it.
Hold it!
Oh, shit, I didn't mean to press it again. Ah! I keep pressing the wrong buttons. I'm sorry. We're gonna go around in circles a little bit here. Maybe I should press the other statements. I don't know. Maybe there's a piece of evidence I need to, like, squeeze out of him first from another, like, thing I press.
Hold it!
Or maybe it's one of those things where you have to press every statement and it advances on its own. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it a journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps it was as well as being a proven criminal. The person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many memoism. It's basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right. So if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all clear as day.
Hold it!
You actually saw Membami-san entering the hut.
Yep. And she was raging like my journo spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. My God. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
You really ought to work on assemblies first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film.
Flames. Okay.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic many-memoism.
It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you.
That's it! That's brilliant! My burning desire to see something or other exposed.
Has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Ah, yes, that! I'm glad you asked.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice.
Ha! Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing.
No, a journo's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on.
Did you just make that up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said. No, there has to be something we present here. We're set foot inside the thing. Can we prove that? Can we be sure of that? There has to be some proof somewhere that he did exactly that, which he says he did not. What's it, though? It's not the pen. It should be the pen. Well, I don't know. Oh, wait. I didn't have enough information on the pen yet. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
Belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind.
But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Ah, that's why it wasn't accepted. Damn it! All right, hang on. We're gonna load that save real quick. We're gonna get that try back. All right. That's what we were missing. All right, this will only take a second. All right, try that one more time.
Objection!
There we go. Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more many-memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who wrote for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Oh!
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. Initials of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.? No! Raiten Mini Memo, R.M.
That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's very obviously a blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung!
Mini Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly! Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. Some sort of emblem here, look. Oh, right. I have to use a different button to present.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Many Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the scars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond?
No! Order! Order! Explain yourself, witness. Ha ha! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
All right then. Fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview? You never mentioned this before? When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. I couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes. That's all. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes. That was a horrible misspeak. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, all right. But on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. What? Many Memoism states that
One man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
So Seki-san, hiding something?
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed, and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Many Memoism demands I reveal it now.
Where does he keep getting all these pencils? You know, Minx, there's a lot of like hammer space in this universe. People with infinite pencils, infinite fish and chips, infinite wine and wine glasses. It just goes on and on, really.
You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness. And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes.
He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose question. I don't deny it, but she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut? Witnesses' secrets. Okay, before I go on with this cross-examination, I am going to run to the bathroom because I just drank a thing of G Fuel, and that is caffeine, and we all know what caffeine does. So, I'll be right back. Sit tight. Woo. And I return. Hello. All right, sorry about that. We're all good now. Wait, hang on. There we go. Alrighty. All these fucking lawyers suck at their jobs. They sure do. Like, this is just how the court system works in this universe. It's all based on bullshit. Everything and everyone is just a bullshitter. All right, so she declined. Well, obviously we want to press what the fucking question was.
Hold it!
What was the question? What question? What exactly did he say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Ugh! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, the young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray, I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. And as soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan, a moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond?
She didn't! She said nothing in response! But...
When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will!
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not ask remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache because I'm Japanese. Oh dear. Soseki-san really has developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer Man?
Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
What?
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength, pointed a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No, she wasn't pointing at Ray. She was pointing past Ray, at the gap in the wall where she was stabbed from.
No.
So Seki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But, fiddlesticks, I say.
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Just somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of the events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it! Unclear! I'm very, very unclear!
Attention!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime.
I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No! No!
The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting in the back of the hut listening to what I was saying, and then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in the beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
I know.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? Ha! None exists!
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction! Fantasy!
Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Why, right here, of course. Just outside the hut.
Take that!
Up! Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed at this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut.
What? Memo's looking a little bit flustered by that implication.
Order.
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all.
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchi, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide an evidence strongly suggesting that that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you yokel!
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
Well, it's one of these two.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Do you take us for fools. There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photographic print is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Take that!
Right there. Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Ah! And of everyone present at the scene, there was only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right, and Memo-san, it could only have been you. No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool in the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So in fact, the victim was
Killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! We got him now.
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter.
Nah, it's not over yet. We haven't used the reagent yet. We gotta prove some bullshit about the poison or something.
Which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. Wait, what do you mean?
Why do you have to come back to Homestuck? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean Homestuck, Mabel? What's Homestuck?
Oh, is it the way Shaman's typing? Is that what those double V's instead of W's are? Oh, okay.
I was wondering. I was like, I noticed it, and I'm like, what? Why are they doing that? Why are they typing like that? Okay, so it's like, yeah, I'm aware that there are characters in Homestuck that have typing quirks. Like I know the only one I know is Vriska, who uses a lot of 8s instead of like B's or anything that makes the 8 sound in a word. That's the only one I knew. Minx, you can't just call people weird. You can't just do that.
But yes, I assumed, that makes sense. And the only reason I know Vriska is from, again, cosplay chess, because cosplay chess, we had someone audition and come in as Vriska, and then they bailed out. Your keyboard W key was damaged by your cat. Why Vriska worst character? Is that the truth, huh? Oh God. But yeah, well, you'll be happy to know Vriska didn't appear in that show because the person who was going to be Vriska dropped out like real late in the show. Like they didn't get their cosplay done and they just kind of dropped out and they let everybody down. I don't even remember who replaced her. She got replaced by someone. I don't remember who. Oh. Nah, Many Memo's not done yet. Many Memo's not done yet. He's about to come back with some bullshit. Ha! Ha ha ha! Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals? But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial has already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. I'm not fond of this character because she's a villain the author likes too much. This makes the fandom have a really gross and apologetic attitude towards her. The poison. Yes, the poison. You enjoy this mutton chops? Yes. He's got good mutton chops. I said it earlier, but he kind of looks like Space Dandy. Like even his like mutton chops look a little bit like stars, like Space Dandies. Like, just his whole, like, thing. He just kind of looks like Space Dandy. Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see, I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Ah! Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of the poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well,
Ugh. This is bullshit. He still stabbed her. Like, what do you mean it doesn't matter? He at least tried to kill her. We know that much. So that still fucking implicates him as a piece of shit. Order, order, order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. Poison could have been slipped into either. Somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This'll make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poison the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. Claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. I'm not about to start now, because that's many-memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where's this trial going to take us? When am I getting a beach episode? Oh god, I don't know. Someday, I hope. Ugh. Sorry, my nose is like... Why does my nose always get so itchy when I'm streaming? Like, have you ever seen my model freak out? Like, my mouth just, like, open and, like, freeze like that? Like just that? Or if I'm, like, talking and my mouth isn't moving? It's usually because I'm scratching my nose. And I don't know why, because it always gets so itchy during streams. It's specifically during streams. I don't know why. The scar must be acting up or something. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. You stabbed her. You would admit that you stabbed her. You at least tried to murder her. You've admitted to that much now. Oh, how did I get... All right, Mabel would like to know how I got the scar. You'll see there's a little scar on my nose. Now, the funny thing about the scar is how I got it, of course. You see, I was about to drink some soda, right? It was in a bottle, like a little glass bottle, right? Unfortunately, unbeknownst to me, the bottle had been shaken up by some villain of some manner. I never found out who. So the moment I popped that metal top off, it like shot up. And it like, I had my head tilted at like a weird angle. So it like shot across my nose. And the metal from the cap just like shot right across my nose, and I left this scar. So whoever shook up that soda gave me this scar. And that's the very real story of how I got the scar. Yeah, that's definitely how it happened. Mabel, it was you? You shook up that soda all those years ago, giving me this scar? Years before we ever met? How could you? How could you do it? How did you know? Are you a time traveler? You are a witch. And I thought your magic only extended to breakfast foods. Unbelievable. A true villain. Time traveling. The true final boss. The big twist villain. Mabel, all along. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Breakfast is the gateway to the past, my god. So, you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. You were the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spent his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. The witness had administered the poison himself. He need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. What do you mean? What do you mean it's sound? It's not fucking sound. What? The man stabbed her, admitted to stabbing her. He's extremely fucking suspect. Like, yeah, okay. It's like, oh, well, if he poisoned her, why would he stab her? That would just make him look more guilty. So clearly, the thing that makes him look guilty actually makes him not look guilty. Great, good. Yes. Great. What? Oh. I love how Minx gets mad. She shouts, "Horsecock!" Yeah, you're right. This entire... Do I make the joke? 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 Do I do this? Do I do this? Do I really throw myself down that fucking rabbit hole? Do I throw myself into an abyss that I will never be able to crawl out of? Do I do that? Do I do that? Do I do that? Fine. Look, I'm just saying, if this trial was horsecock, it'd be a pretty good fucking trial. There you go. There you go. There you go. There it is. That's all right. Okay. We're moving on now. Okay. All right. I'm gonna move on from that. I hate you. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Mabel. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go fucking fucking tripod ass out of here. Moving on. Well, what were we doing right? There's a man that we're trying to get out of here's ow! It's not my. You can't blame me for that. You can't smack me for that. Fuck you. You're all order in my court. You're all in disorder. Fuck you. Everyone's insane but me. Everybody's crazy but me. Fuck you. Hey, Okay. Anyway, back to the trial. We gotta, you know, we gotta solve this case. We gotta prove that he did the poisoning. All right? Can we do that now? Can we go back to the game? To this game here? Shut up. Shut up. This is all Minx's fault. Minx is the one that brought this up. So, all right, Minx brought it up, and Mabel fucking harassed me until I did it. She enabled me. They're both fucking enablers. Not my fault. Not my fault. No, it's not my fault. Not my fault. No, it's not my fault. Anyway. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. See, it's all logical.
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-sama. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency. All right. See? Okay, we're back. He fucking stabbed her. That's intent. You're goddamn right, Minx. Okay, fuck you, first of all. I can press you on this one, you piece of shit. So you do admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett, then?
Ah! The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... It's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So, in summary, murderous intentions, then.
Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That English woman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which you must pay.
Society? Society, you say?
If I may be so bold, hang on. Let me see if it works. Society? Are we talking about society?
If you have Franker Face Z enabled, you can see that emote.
Everyone please thank Futo for that lovely emote. For that wonderful emote. But yes, if you have the Franker Face Z extension installed on your browser,
you too can use the Royal Joker emote. Consider downloading Franker Face Z today and get access to bonus emotes for free. You don't even have to pay for them.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her?
Let me see here. What can I prove? There'd be a way to prove it, right? Let's see. There's gotta be a way to prove this. Alright, we're gonna press every single one of these. So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously! That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these!
The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
Jesus fucking Christ. What do you mean that's how the law works? That's not how the law works at all. Go fuck yourself. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
Oh? Is Ray about to speak up? She is. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray, young girl, you stand accused her. Here, you can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom.
Whoa! Take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
You can be... Mabel trying so hard to hold it back. Trying so hard.
It's nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal such a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that? To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Yes. Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the hut at the beach listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard.
Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. Details are too accurate to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this! The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word.
Ugh.
Well, Memo-san?
As a journo and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many-memoism.
Oh, there's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
Ooh.
That's what it's all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Whole fucking thing was on record. Yeah, really.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer, as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been some good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. What's that? Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed. A crucial change in the situation. Sorry, what change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. The victim had unwittingly taken the poison already. The reporter would have no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could only think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. In order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Horsecock! Is that what we're gonna do now? Is that the new stream joke? Whenever something's obviously fucking bullshit, we don't call it bullshit, we call it horsecock. Is that the new thing now? Ah, Christ. Ah, no. What have I allowed to happen? What fucking floodgates have I opened? Oh, Christ. Let me see.
capture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Okay, so I know this last statement has to be the one we present on. We just need to find the evidence that we're presenting to.
Baba Booey.
Anyway, and I think it might be this. So it has to be in response to something he heard from the witness. And I think what it is that he got scared when Membami mentioned that the military would get involved. I think that scared him. I think that was farther than he wanted it to go. I think that's what it was. So he stabbed her to make it look like the stabbing had killed her instead. So they wouldn't search for the poison, they wouldn't find the poison, and the military wouldn't get involved. So I think the military getting involved is what scared him. That's my current theory. So I'm gonna present this. Actually, wait. Before I present this, I'm gonna save. All right. All right. Now, this one. Present.
Objection!
That was it. That was it. Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told was that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Ugh.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are some other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Ah, everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties.
Ugh.
In other words, someone like you,
Right and many memo. Ah!
Oh, Mabel, I'm scared. when you say beautiful fan art, it's either gonna be really cool or really fucking cursed.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. It was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unnatural symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involves stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. He had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Minx got bonked by Nightbot. Oh no. Anyway.
Order! Order! Order!
What?
I don't recall telling Ceribot to do that. What the fuck is Ceribot doing?
What? Ceribot can do that?
I don't recall giving it that permission. I'm gonna have to configure Ceribot. Hang on. What? I didn't know it could do that.
That's interesting.
The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes! I counter completely!
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much of the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Lost hope?
All right, Minnie Mello, come on. Go for it. Go for it. Come on. What do you got? What do you got, huh?
Oh, stitch in the cap.
Ugh, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth...
I don't need a counter-argument.
What? What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
Hi, Shia. How you doing?
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos. I understand the pun now. I understand the pun now. The name pun. Many memo. Many memos. Okay. All right. Okay, so you're gonna die.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to... Don't you fucking patronize me, Shia! I'm going to kill him. The justice system won't need to do shit. I will execute him myself. I will stab him in the back from outside a fucking reed hut. I'll do it. It'll be me! Ow! God fucking damn it! That hoits! Quit the fucking... Don't you fucking bonk me! That shit hurts. God. Huh. Anyway. Get to it. Get to it, Shaman says. All right, fine, I'll get to it. Yeah.
It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
Actually, what's his first name again? Hang on. Hold on. What's his first name? Writing many memos. Yes, good, I'm glad. We're all very glad. All very glad for this turnabout. Yes, great, excellent. Bimbo brain, yes, I understand. I know, the brain is smooth. I understand, I'm stupid. Shut up. Look, I saw, look. I didn't recognize the verbal pattern, okay? All right? I wasn't sure if it was gonna be a pun because not every fucking witness is a pun in this one. They're not all puns anymore. But this one was a pun. I wasn't expecting a pun. So, you know, no brain, only chicken cutlets. Shut up. Look, I solved the case way ahead of them revealing it. That shows that I have a brain. That shows that I am smart. I just wasn't paying attention to this one particular thing, and now y'all get on me about, ooh, Alistair's so dumb. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's got no brain. He's got a smooth brain. He's got a tiny brain. He's got 3 brain cells, and they're all thinking about fucking horsecock. That's what you all say about me. You all say that about me behind my back. I swear, I'm about to go fucking feral. I'm gonna go fucking feral. God! It's not a fact! Fuck you! It's a fact that I'm gonna fucking throw each and every one of you out a goddamn window. Why does this always happen? Why does this happen every fucking time? Every Ace Attorney stream, it devolves into fucking madness. Every time. Oh my god. All right. Alistair, oh my gosh, my chat sucks. Also, Alistair, should I say horsecock? Okay, I brought this on myself, but fucking Minx and Mabel encouraged it. All right, they put a they put the brain worms in my brain, and then they told me to listen to the brain worms, and then I did. That's not my fault. That's not my that's not my fault. Okay? It's not my fault. I didn't do shit. Don't look at me. Anyway, game, yes, story. Back to game. We have gone far off the deep end. We cannot see the surface anymore. We are so deep in the abyss that light cannot reach us. So we may as well just push onward, yes? Yeah, let's do that. The worms were already in my head. I mean, yeah, you got a point there, I guess. Shut up! Okay. Thoroughly searched when they leave. Even a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague. Getting out would be very difficult. So how did you get out with the poison? How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write in Many Memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Ah! There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. If that's the case... As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Man, even he's enamored. Gotta... Can't blame him. Can't blame him. My point is this. There is one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? I think this is it. I think he smuggled it in his fucking pen. We take off the pen's lid. Right? Has to be. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Yes. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? It's that there doesn't appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh, yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Got him. Fucking got him.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Ugh. A fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah! I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else, these newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soupcon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all of this sucking up ink have? Ah! And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word. Can this really be? Well, Many Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Ugh!
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened! True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this back from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted.
Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Many Memo-san. The crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down the details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? Whoa! So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! See? There you go, Minx. He's got tons of pencils. Just endless pencils. You claim I sucked up the poison into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. Looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. Rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. Ah! No such evidence could possibly exist!
Many Memo-san. This is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because you are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison!
Take that!
Take that! Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah!
Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
Ah, a reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of the fountain pen, of your fountain pen, Many Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this! Trying to hold its high as a civilized nation, but bowing to every foreign power's whim, I took up arms in the form of my pen! I fought tirelessly on the battlefield of justice! All the name of justice is righteous! Many Memo!
Susato, with me! I'm there! Ah! Hiya! The Susato fucking takedown! Holy shit! Oh my god! I love this fucking game so much. I love it so fucking much. Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Well, you see, Minx, tasers haven't been invented yet. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? Find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it's a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then, why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter. Known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman. Oh no, that's Brett, sorry. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What? What did you just call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit, all fired up. How did he get the poison into her drink without her noticing, though? That's my question. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? Scully, hey, how's it going? I'm doing good. You know, chat got a little wild, a little unhinged, just a tiny bit. Just a little bit. Okay? You know, there was some talk about big knees. There was some talk about horsecock. There was some talk about God, what else? It went off the rails really hard. Just, you know, it went wild, okay? I did not do this. Fuck you, Mabel. You're a part of this. You're a part of this. All right? Don't you deny this. You planted the seed. I may have been the one that plucked the flower, but you planted the seed, all right? Wait, now you're cheating. Oopsies. He's making fun of your numbers. Yeah, this whole fucking case is just so wild. It's like, yes, I did stab the victim, but the victim died of poison. I didn't poison the victim. Therefore, I am not the murderer, even though I stabbed her. I stabbed her in the fucking back. I'm not the murderer, though. She died of poison. I didn't poison her. That's the fucking shit we go on. Plucking... What? Why are you... What do you mean blushing face? What do you mean blushing face at plucking flowers? What? It's like reaping what you sow. What? Huh? Whose head is in the gutter now, Mabel? Huh? Whose head's in the gutter now? It's you. That's right. That's right. It's you. Hmm. Shut up. Oh yeah. Now. Oh. Allie's got such a dirty mind. All right. I see how it is. All right. Moving on. A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. Came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose... It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo-san. Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts?
Oh no. Oh my god. All right. I'm pretty sure Ryutaro isn't even a real lawyer. Well, you're right about that much, Minx. That was established in the first minutes. That's actually Susato-san. She is a judicial assistant who's currently disguised as a man. Anyway. We see Ouchie here. Probably ready to shave off his little pubic curl right up there. Prosecutor Ouchie. I, Takatsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame. I will end it all now with this blade! For that is the true path to Ouchism! Ouchism! One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Come on, do it! Do it, you coward! Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi. Ah! Oh, we need a Wheeze follow remote. What do you think the lull is? That's what that's supposed to be. That's what that is. That's what the lull is supposed to represent. Hysterical laughing. Oh, I need a moment. I need a moment. I need a moment. It isn't enough to convey choking. You got a point there. Got a point. But I think it might be redundant. The emote commission is already in motion. So I commissioned like what, 8 emotes? I don't have space for all of, well, I do have space for all of them actually now that I think about it, because the 3-bit emotes, but I don't know how they're going to be distributed. We'll see. I'll think about it. Anyway, I'm just okay. All right. Anyway, now in regard to the defendant, Rei Mimambi-san. Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you...
Yay! Not guilty! And Ouchie is fucking bald again.
Oh. Court is adjourned.
She's not guilty, but everyone fucking else is. She's still guilty of that battery 20 minutes ago. Yeah, it was real easy to forget that this was supposed to be a court case, given how far off the fucking rails it went. Oh my god. You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I think when I started playing this game before the first time Mabel joined me in chat, I'm pretty sure. The first case was before Mabel and Zeal and all of them started joining my streams. So, it was a bit tame, right? The very first Ace Attorney stream, and then Mabel and Zeal showed up and unamused and Kitsamani and Shia. And it just went wild from there. And quite frankly, I wouldn't have had it any other way. Just that delightful descent into madness that has culminated in whatever the fuck this stream was. I love you too, Mabel. Thank you for being you and driving me fucking insane. The good kind of insane, though. It's the good kind. Ugh. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. I love you too, Zeal. You're all so great. And Shia, and Minx, and Slexa, and the rest of you, you're all fucking wonderful. And he's not here, but Ryu too.
You can tell him I said so. Lawyers have such a great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray, and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh, no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Sato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the greatest defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right. I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, my goodness, no, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? Uh-oh. Oh no, they saw it. They saw it, oh no! What is happening? Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba. I don't... So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Mr. Susato-san Esquires, that you are locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. He said it. That's it. He said it. Roll the credits. We're done here. He said it. Roll the credits. Poor Soseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first day I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum that was for the unwitting student from Japan. That the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. After Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm the chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now that the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Minx! 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 Animals aren't allowed in court? Oh, you really don't know Ace Attorney, do you? Oh, you really don't know Ace Attorney? Let me see. Let's see. We have we have had a bird on the witness stand twice. We defended a dolphin, I believe, or was it a killer whale? One of those two at one point. Let's see. What else? When else were animals allowed in? I'm sure several witnesses had animals. I'm certain of that much. I'm just kind of blanking on it right now, but I know there were witnesses with animals just on their person. Yep, there was a parrot witness. There was another parrot witness in another game later. God. And like I said, a defendant was a killer whale. We had to defend a killer whale from a murder charge. The circus one? Yes, I believe that was the parrot. That was birds. Yeah. That was the guy in the wheelchair. The guy in the wheelchair. He had birds with him. That's right. You're absolutely right. One of them was a lion tamer. She didn't bring the lion in, but the guy in the wheelchair had birds with him. Yep. The puppeteer guy. Oh yeah, we've had puppets. We had a puppet testify. What else? What the fuck? Oh, we had a walkie-talkie on stand, through which a admitted serial killer was testifying. A hitman was testifying through a walkie-talkie. That was admissible. That was permissible. We've had ghosts on the stand. So we have had ghosts on the stand. Actual fucking ghosts. A ghost was fucking exorcised from a person live in the grand climactic finale of the third Ace Attorney game. A ghost was excised and she spoke a curse and then she went away forever. And the defendant was acquitted because it was a ghost that did the fucking murder. A ghost did the murder, Minx. Oh, you don't even know what you've gotten yourself into. You don't fucking understand. Maya channeling people. Yep, that's what I was saying. Ghosts on the witness stand. That's what I was saying. Ghosts on the witness stand, baby. Oh yeah, we love ghosts. Ghosts on the witness stand. Ghosts on the defendant's side. What else? We had a convicted felon on the prosecution stand in Dual Destinies, because Simon Blackwell was still in prison as a prosecutor. He was allowed to prosecute as a way to lessen his fucking sentence for murder. Minx, no, you can't leave yet. We gotta see this through all the way to the end. Minx, you can't leave yet. You can't leave yet. Just stay around a little bit longer. Just a little bit. Pretty please. For me. Anyway. I'm gonna go to... No! Stick around. Wait. We're almost done here. We're almost done. Just hang on just a minute. And there it goes. And there it fucking goes. Okay, we're moving on. We're wrapping this up before y'all go fucking feral. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What?
Dr. Wilson! I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed her in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then that poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship with the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you tell me just one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, that you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
That's a good point. Dear me. You reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato. I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't... Ugh, let me go! Many Memo-san.
So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor!
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. That visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ugh!
Judge? Judge? Excuse me?
Well, I didn't expect him to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
What?
It's so weird to see him, like, out in the open and not behind the bench. This feels so weird. I was just coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen. And it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seshiro Jigoku. May I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance, Susato.
Did you know all along, from the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seshiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seshiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seshiro sling, eh? Been a while since I've sent a man flying like that.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word? Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in.
It's fucking RKOing someone, normal thing in this card.
It kind of is, Minx. It really kind of is. We've also had throwing toupees, whipping people, throwing coffee in people's faces. What else? What else? What else have people thrown in court? We've had people slashing swords at people. We've had people throwing magical constricting prayer beads at people. Am I forgetting anything? Am I forgetting anything important here? We've had throwing wine bottles into the gallery. We've had throwing wine bottles into chandeliers, setting them ablaze. What else? Smashing glasses. I think that's the majority of it. I think I've got just about all of that. Harigoto. Yep, I mentioned the throw in coffee. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. After having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father. He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember then? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in. Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. We got some serious fucking intrigue going on here.
The mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Yeah, it's very interesting how she has, like, both kind of a Japanese accent and a British accent. Like, the way she said Susato was very Japanese. And a couple of the words she said do have, like, a very slight, like, Japanese, like, accent inclination to them. But mostly it's British accent. Which, it does kind of make sense, because Susato does know English. Canonically, Susato knows English. And since most of her dealing is with Great Britain, it would make sense that the way she speaks English has a little bit of a British accent mixed in there. That does make sense. That makes sense. But yeah, what a fucking case, dude. Holy shit. We are off to a roaring fucking start. The memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. That'll be the next case. Thank you all so much for joining me. I'm so glad. I'm so excited to be back here, to be back to this game, back to this series. It's great. I'm so happy. So, we're wrapping up here. And, assuming that she is still alive, I know exactly who we're rating tonight ahead of time already. Let me just see. I believe, yep, she's still going. Let me just make sure that she's not, like, in, like, just chatting, like, wrapping up. No, she's not. Okay. All right, good. She does long streams anyway, so. Anyway, thank you all for joining me. Real quick here, I'm just gonna plug the Discord. If you're new around here and you haven't joined the Discord, go ahead, join the Discord, hang out with us, for more cursed bullshittery. No horsecock in my server. No horsecock in my server. PG-13. PG-13! I mean it. I'm watching you. I got my eyes on you. How about my DMs? I don't even know at this point. What do I say? What do I say? What do I say at this point? Anyway. So, if you've been lurking and you're new here, feel free to drop a follow. Follows are free. And you can come back and join us for more of this horrible fucking nonsense that I call a stream. If you'd like more absolute, do I call this garbage? Do I call this insanity? What do I call this? If you'd like it injected directly into your veins, drop a follow. Come back next time. We'll be doing this again real soon. Next stream will be Sunday. Sunday will be the Outer Worlds, and hopefully it will be slightly less cursed. Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Just an itty bitty bit. Pretty please. Anyway, we're gonna raid Eros because my new friend Eros is playing Dragon's Dogma, and I fucking love Dragon's Dogma. Dragon Dogma is such a good game, one of my favorite games of all time. So I'm editing the raid message just slightly, okay? We're changing it just a little bit, okay? Because she's playing Dragon's Dogma. So we're gonna make a little Dragon's Dogma reference. Let's see. There. Hang on. There you go. That masterworks all. You can't go wrong. Goblins ill like fire. Yeah, I think Masterworks All is the best one. I think that's the best reference to make. Anyway, socials are down below. You got Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter. 2 YouTube channels, one for the archive, one for edited videos. Yeah, also, when you get to Eros' chat, please behave. Please don't mention horsecock. Please don't call me stinky. I'm trying to make a good impression here. We're just starting to become friends, so please be nice. I'm asking very nicely. All right, I'll see you guys next time. Take care, and I'll see you Sunday. Peace.